Okay, right. Now let's let me know that. Give me 2 minutes. Rahim Fatima Farveen, have you completed? Rahim Fatima Farveen. Then Devindi Lalitya. Devindi Lalitya, are you available? Then Ansar Farveen Fazmina. Kamalka Jitmi Samarasingha. Mohideen Mohammad Ishan. Prasadi Purnika. Sachini Hansika. Mohammad Hatir. Rismi Fatima Romana. Hayaniha Pradeep. Amir Mohammad Akil. Pyumika Vijayawardena. Ranga Prabhat Madhushankar. Sitara Satsarani Ranasinghe. Fatima Nauza. Anuradhita Silva. Nilakshi Silva. If you're available, tell me. If your name is called, just let me know. Nilakshi Silva, Chandradev, Terina, Sadruddin, Sasha, Fatima Fasiha, Netsiri Adhikari, Ramesh Kumar, Dayangani Kanchana Kuruppu, Hasara Javardhana, Chamila Kumari, Fatima Safra, Fatima Mafasa, Dhananjay Kavishka Prasad, Hansamali Prarthana, Jayantananda. I think she has already done. Tiruni Kaushalya, Selvanayagam, Fatima Pasrika, Pransilu Costa, Fatima Riswana, Divanga Swarnahansi, Fasrina Fauzi, Nadira Sirisena, Fatima Zasna, Fatima Nushara, Muhammad Ishan, Kasun Ajit Taranga, Pyumi Amalka Bandara, Sachin Nisansala, Ayesha Sandamali, Sulochana Ranasinghe, Hasangina Vodya, Vidushanida Zoisa, Dilmi Taruka Vanyarachi, Ismail Fatima Shima, Junaid Fatima Fasha, Fatima Mufraza, Kajalini several, I can't pronounce it. Shalani Digala, Malisha Ayomi Kumar Ratnayaka, Nalaka Prasad, Muhammad Shafiq, Indra Chapa, Varnasurya, who else is there? Tilini Tilanka, Dhananjana.
Madam, I'm here.
Okay, Dhananjana. I'll take yours. Okay, Bata.
Is it visible to you, madam?
Yes, still I cannot see the presentation.
Okay.
First of all, you show me your name and the registration number.
Sure, madam.
If you can send me, I'll share. If you can send to the group. Any difficulty in doing that?
Okay. Can you hear me, madam?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is it visible, madam?
No, not yet.
Is it visible, madam?
Not yet, not yet. You have not shared
Ah,
it, huh? Not, you have, if you can, if you want, you can send it to the group. I can share them.
okay, madam.
Madam, shall I present?
Wait. But there's only black color space. That means interface. That not, we can't say anything. That is your here, Rashida.
Madam?
Dhananjana is doing now. Dhananjana, you are displaying all this thing, your presentation. Halima is there. I can see Halima.
Yeah, madam. Shall I present?
Okay. Dhananjana, so you can do it later on, right? I let Halima do first.
Okay, madam.
Right.
Okay, madam.
You see what has happened to yours. So if you want, you can send it to my to your group. You can send it to you can send it to the group. Then I can present. I can show display it for you.
Okay, madam.
I don't know whether you can access to the group that, or else that you send it to my number. Write down 071 Dhananjana. You write down my number 071 44 87869. Dhananjana, could you write down the
Okay,
number?
madam.
Okay.
Yes, madam.
Okay, you can send it to that, and I can display it for you. Halima, yes, Halima, can you enlarge your presentation? Wait. MMF Halima. MMF Halima. FNR
210
749.
749. Yeah.
Okay, right.
Respectable madam and my dear colleagues, good evening, everyone. Today I'm here to talk about my research proposal. So first of all, I would like to say about myself. I am teaching English at Kadresam Primary School in Darnegala. It's a primary school. So I have encountered many problems while teaching English for the primary grades as it is an estate school. So for my research proposal, I have chosen the topic improving spelling and punctuation skill in grade 5 students.
Put the improving skills and
Yeah.
rather than skill,
Okay.
then punctuation, improving skills and use of correct punctuation. Rather than skill, you can remove the word skill. Improving spelling and correct use of punctuation.
Okay.
Correct usage of punctuation in grade 5.
Okay.
In the
Okay, ma'am.
of grade 5 students, right? Of.
Okay. Okay, right. Okay, now let's move into our PPT, this table of content. And if you look at the introduction, the background of the study, spelling
Trying
and
to enlarge
punctuation.
it so I can see only the font size one. If you can enlarge, yeah. So I don't know whether you can enlarge the screen
Can you
because
see,
I
madam,
can.
now?
Yeah, what I can see is that font size one. Font size screen I can see. Okay,
Okay, madam. I will.
if possible, only you can do that, or else you can read. Then I can listen here.
Now, madam.
No, okay. Yes, well done.
Okay, so according to my research, spelling and punctuations are fundamental components of effective writing. Yet many students struggle with these skills, which can impact their overall academic performances. So at my school, a noticeable challenge exists among grade 5 students is that where poor spelling and punctuation hinder their ability to express the ideas clearly and accurately. So the research problem is that this research seeks to identify the root causes of poor spelling and punctuation skill among grade 5 students and explore the effectiveness of targeted intervention strategies. These difficulties lead to unclear sentence construction, making it hard for students to express their ideas effectively. And further, limited reading habits, ineffective teaching strategies, and lack of engaging learning activities contribute to poor spelling and punctuation.
Yeah, leave it for a moment. Leave it the previous one. I'm struggling. Punctuations. Impressive development. Instruction make it hard for students to express their ideas simply. Reading habits, ineffective teaching strategies, and lack of engaging. Okay, right.
Okay. And if you look at the significance of the study, this study is significant because it addresses a common yet critical challenge in elementary education. Poor spelling and punctuation skill among grade 5 students. The finding of this study will benefit, which helps students develop strong writing skill. Further, it will improve overall literacy and academic success and also prepare students for future learning and communication.
Continue. Okay.
Okay, madam?
Okay, continue. Again, that it was reduced the size. Okay, okay.
And the research objectives to identify the common spelling errors and punctuation mistakes made by students in their writing, to enhance students' knowledge of basic punctuation rules, and to develop students' ability to recognize and correct their spelling errors independently. And the limitation of the study.
Spelling errors and punctuation. Spelling and punctuation errors, both you can put to the objective.
Okay, madam. Okay.
Focusing on both. Right.
Okay, punctuation and spelling errors.
Yes.
And the limitation of the study, it focuses only on grade 5 students and it is conducted within a specific school or classroom setting. Also, the research will be conducted within a limited time frame, which may restrict the ability to measure long-term improvements in spelling and punctuation skills. If you look at the tools used to confirm the identified problem, first one, the spelling test, which will assess students' current spelling abilities, and grammar and punctuation exercises to identify common mistakes. and teacher feedbacks, insight from educators on student struggles, and students writing samples, analyze real writing pieces to pinpoint errors. And these are the academic context, the literature review I have gone through.
Hmm.
And the methodology research process, first identify the problem through pretest and observation, and design teaching activities based on research, and implement interventions and monitor the progress. The sample sizes that I have chosen 5 students in grade 5 students. And for the data collection, I have done pretest and classroom observation, interview with other teachers, and written assignments.
Hmm.
So for the intervention for my research, the activity plan is that first I have to identify the writing level of the students. So the activity 1 is that pre-test. The steps are provide a spelling and punctuation test to assess students' current skills and collect and analyze the errors. Resources I have used are spelling and punctuations worksheets. And the second one, to improve the spelling accuracy, dictation exercises, provide a list of words 5 days before and ask students to study and memorize the word, conduct a dictation test and test their student writing word as they hear them, and correct and feedback. For the
Okay,
resource.
other thing is that now the students that it's a very traditional thing now. Students, they don't like to write dictation, so you can come out with some interesting new ways of improving this. Like that, you know that there's something called slap the board, right?
Uh,
You can now slap the board means that you can how do we call that? You can tell the words. Now that is to identify the words, right? So then you can tell you can write words on the board and put them in 2 lines, and when you tell a word, they have the 2 people in lines that they have to run and slap the board, the word, correct word. Then they will get like that. Think of some since they are grade 5 students that they don't like writing dictation and all, so think of a new way. You can go to the internet and find some new ways of improving their spellings, right?
Okay, madam. In my school, madam, they ask regularly for a dictation. They are much interested in it.
That means they like to write dictation.
Yeah. They almost ask every week, and I also give them dictation. That's why I included here,
Okay.
and I will search for more.
Okay.
Okay. And the third activity to reinforce correct punctuation usage, the punctuation practice. The steps are provide sentences with missing or incorrect punctuation. Ask students to rewrite sentences using correct punctuation and discuss punctuation rules before and after the activity. The resources are sentence worksheets, punctuation charts. And the last, strengthen sentence construction, activity for copywriting exercises. Provide student with a paragraph, ask student to rewrite the paragraph focusing on spelling and punctuation, review students' work and provide correction. Resources are writing books and textbooks. And the last one, assess improvement. Activity 5, post-test. Conduct a final spelling and punctuation test. Compare results with the pre-test to measure progress. Discuss improvement and areas for the further practices. Test sheets and writing books. And the ethical consideration. Permission will be obtained from the school administration, teachers and parents, guardians before involving students in the study. Ensuring a non-stressful learning environment. The identifiers of the student will be kept reports.
Okay.
The
And
time
other thing is that for the ethical consideration, you can include that not to include any student's name or any identity of the student. So you can name them as A, B, C, D, or you can give them some pseudonames, some false names like names of others or something like that.
Okay. The time frame. So first one, identification of the problem. I have choose the second week of January, and literature review also on January. The writing research objectives and research questions on February 1st week. Preparing research proposal on February 1st week and presenting the proposal and getting approval. Implementation of the research on February, now it's going on, and writing the research report is on March 1st week, and review and submission on 3rd week of March.
Okay. And I just want to know that how do you find time to do these things?
Madam, as it is a primary school, I'm getting
When I'm going to do
chances on the last period and first period, madam. As I'm only teaching English, I have almost 2 period left, so I have chance of doing in that period.
so that means you are teaching only those 5 students, or you are doing these activities for all the students?
For this research proposal, I have only chosen on those 5 students.
Mhm.
Other than that, I do keep a dictation for others also to
Mhm.
improve others. For this research, I have chosen those
Okay.
5 students for those 2 periods.
Fine. Anyway, that you are doing these activities for all the students.
Yeah, madam.
And so then since we are doing it for 2 months, so 2 to 3 months, you have you can add more work, more activities to improve them, right? So
Okay, ma'am.
then for that, and if possible that sometimes if you may feel that only 2 periods won't be enough, so you can add you can get permission and keep
Yeah. Okay, ma'am.
them after school for 1 hour, like
Yeah,
1
ma'am.
hour per week or 2 days per week, like, and you can improve
Yeah.
them, right? Okay.
Yeah, I get the
Right.
chance.
Okay, right.
Okay, these are the references.
Mhm.
So that's all, madam. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, right. Right. I will share this girl's one. Right.
Madam, shall I do it now?
Wait, Buddha. Wait.
Oh, okay.
Dhananjana, that
Yes, madam.
I'm just showing yours. Wait, wait. I will share it. Okay, Dhananjana.
Hello everyone. Today I'm presenting my research proposal titled Using Correct Punctuation in English Writing Effectively. First, I would like to...
Wait for a moment. I won't write your this thing.
Sure, madam.
Okay. Right. You can continue.
First, I would like to explain why I chose this topic. From grade 1 up to higher education, we learn new things daily. Simply without primary education, we cannot succeed in higher studies. I'm working as an English teacher, and during my teaching, I have noticed that students forget basic concepts. For example, they learn about the simple present tense from grade 3, but in their writing, they fail to apply these rules. A clear example for this is in essay writing. Students focus only on the content they need to include, and they neglect basic concepts like punctuations and all. So common errors I notice are not starting sentences with capital letters and incorrect or missing punctuation. As we all know, punctuation is essential for clear and effective communication in English. So therefore, this research aims to address common punctuation errors among 10 grade 6 students through target intervention. And here are the objectives I am going to fulfill by the end of this research. The first one is to identify common punctuation errors in students' writing, to teach the impact of punctuation on readers, to improve the
To
practical...
teach the impact of usage of correct punctuation. To teach the impact of use of correct punctuation.
correct punctuation. To improve practical use of punctuation in English writing and to enhance students' ability to apply punctuation rules effectively. And this research focuses on how to fulfill these objectives under research question. To confirm the identified problem, I have planned the following activities as pre-assessment, survey, and teacher observation. Under pre-assessment, I analyze students' writing samples to identify common punctuation errors. In survey, by ask students about their understanding of punctuation rules, I can have some idea about their knowledge. And in teacher observation, I can note making mistakes during their classroom writing activities. And to confirm the identified problem, I have planned the following activities as pre-assessment and survey and classroom observation. To support my research, I reviewed several articles, and here I have included the articles which I used grade 6 students as the target group. And in the first journal that found the grade 6 frequency made of punctuation errors and especially in capitalization and sentence structuring, and therefore the authors suggest that the target instructions and writing activities can improve students' skill. And in the another journal, they mention it found that the most common grammar mistakes made by grade 6 students with punctuation errors and being among the top issue, and it highlights the most important of integrating punctuation instructions across the subject. This research follows according to a process. First, identify the common punctuation errors in grade 6 students' writing and develop the implement target teaching strategies and assess the effectiveness of the interventions through post assignment.
So what do you mean by develop and implement targeted teaching strategies?
How to use the punctuation marks and all in their writings, not only in English, in other subject as well. Yeah, because I noticed several errors while they are in their writing.
So you are going to teach them what are the errors that they are making.
Yes, when I'm doing as English teacher and also a literature teacher, when I'm doing the literature lessons, in their writings they have several errors in punctuations and all.
What's this class? Grade 6.
Grade 6.
Okay.
Then to achieve the mentioned goals, I have planned interactive lessons, writing activities, games, and exercises. By reviewing students' writing works from their subjects to identifying the punctuation errors and by teacher interviews.
Are you going to explain these planned activities also?
No, madam, want me to explain?
So then rather than like this, that if you have observed the previous one, so like that you can put it in the table. So the main activity, under that the sub activities, so you can explain them what I'm going to do then, because this is we don't have a clear idea about this. So then by doing that, we know that during this time you are going to do these activities. So after that you are going to have a test. Then again after that you are planning and doing these activities. So then it should be very clear rather than like this. Okay, right.
Okay, madam. Actually, I have very limited time to conduct this research because I'm working in a Muslim school, and from next month they are going to have their holidays.
Okay, right. Okay. Quickly do that.
So, in methodology under first intervention, I introduce the basic punctuation rules using examples and visual aids. And in second intervention, I assign in writing tasks with focus on punctuation, and I provide feedbacks and use games and activities.
Then for these interventions, you can write first intervention, activities, sub activities, second intervention. Yeah. So like that, you can give some activities, right? Okay.
Sure, madam. In ethical consideration to start my research, I requested permission from my school for this and I obtained an official letter from my campus, which I have included in the annex. And additionally, I ensure the confidentiality of all collected data. And this is the time frame I analyzed to complete my research. And up to this point, I have followed it as planned. And these are the references I used to get support. And with that, I'll wind up my session. Thank you for pleasant listening.
Okay, right. So it's better if you had some more. Some more means that, as I mentioned now, more references, because that you are asked to refer at least 10 recent
I searched several research
documents. So recent journal.
documents, but the target group is not grade 6. That's why I'm not
No,
including
you
here.
don't. No, you don't need to be that grade 6. That if you have done the same kind of research for other people, that even for teachers, it doesn't matter. It should not be for grade 6. So you need to
Okay.
find. Now, if
I
you
found
do,
several activities.
that's why. If
So
you
journals and
just
all that, but the
oh,
target group is the
no, we
campus
can't find
students
like
and all.
that. We can't find now. If I talk about some teaching methodology, we can't find the same class. Sometimes they might have done for grade 10 students or primary students or maybe for teachers. It doesn't matter. So you
Yeah.
need to type the keywords, and if you feel that it is relevant, you can take them. So then
Sure.
we can't find that is done for grade 6. So that it can be for other classes or for other some kind of things, right? Okay. Then when are you going to do these activities? Then how do you find time?
During the class hours, I'm doing
Mm.
for the whole class.
Okay. So then what is your target group?
Grade 6, 10 students.
Okay. So then how do you focus these 10 students out of all?
But first of all, by doing the activities, I noticed the 10 students
Mm.
and I'll take their activities as the for the research, and as a whole, I'll complete the lesson.
Okay. So then you have to give the pre-test and post-test for those 10 students. So at least that if you can keep them extra hours rather than the others, at least if you can keep them after school for 1 hour, then you can do some activities with them rather than the other that you're doing with other students, right? Then you can give even the tests for them, pre-test and for post-test, right?
Sure, madam.
Right.
Thank you, madam.
Okay. Who will do next?
Madam, can I?
Shall I do?
Madam Rashida.
Wait.
Hamisa.
Right. Okay. Rashida, then you do.
Okay, madam. Madam, is this visible, my screen?
Wait until I write down your name. Okay.
Respectable madam and my dear friends, good evening everyone. I am here before you all to present my excellent research proposal, improving the difficulties in dividing an integer by another integer of grade 7 students. This is my
Yes, go to the title again. Improving the difficulties in dividing an integer by another integer. It's not clear for me, the topic. So now if you
dividing.
write improve, if you write improve in the difficulty, you are improving the difficulty. Like difficulty එක තමයි වැඩි දියුණු කරන්න.
Okay.
So then if there are difficulty එකක් නම් ඒක minimize කරන්න. Minimizing the difficulty. So reducing the difficulties. That's improving the ability. So we are improving some ability. Difficulty එකක් improve කරන්නේ නැහැ නේ අපි. අමාරු දෙයක් වැඩි දියුණු කරන්නේ නැහැ නේ. So we reduce the difficulty, improve the ability. Now improving the ability. Improving the ability in
Okay.
dividing an integer by another integer of
Integer.
grade 7. Okay, right. Balamukoha. Okay.
Okay. Introduction. This is the background of my study. Division is a main concept in mathematics, which helps to understand more complex mathematical concepts such as fractions, ratio, percentage, and algebra. This is the outline. This study aims to describe the learning obstacle faced by some students in solving integer calculations problem during the period of maths when I was teaching the unit of integer. I observed the lack of engagement during the lesson, and some students they struggle to understand the division concept. Also, the poor performance in division task and lack of practice and lack of autonomy. That means they copy answers from their peers to complete the task. So I have choose this research topic on them and identification of the problem. When I conduct a unit exam in the selected unit, which means the integer unit, and I evaluate them. Also, I identify some poor performance. That means students, those who scored below 10. I have selected the target group. The target group is 3 students, which name X, Y, Z. The significance of the study.
Yeah, I think that it's better if you increase the number, because in any case, if these students stop coming to school, you will fall into troubles. Better increase the number. You can take less than 10 since you are working hard for this. Better to increase the number, because in any case, these students, if they stop coming to school, you will fall into trouble, because how can you continue the research then?
Okay, madam.
Right.
Then I will select
Add
the
some,
student
yes.
who scored below 15 or something.
Okay.
Okay. Next, significance of the study. Improving division concept in this age group can have long-term benefits for their higher mathematics grade. It enhance the academic performance and overcome the complexity through the groundwork, real-world applications, and problem-solving skills, promotes numerical fluency and mental maths. This is my research objective and research questions. I have gone through my research. Shall I read it, madam?
Okay. Research objectives, yes.
Research
You can
objectives.
read only the research objectives, because these two should be the same.
Okay. To identify the reason for poor performance in integer division task.
Reasons, right? To identify the reasons for poor performance.
Okay. To enhance active participant in the division lesson. To improve students' ability to solve real-world applications of division. To boost students' confidence in performing integer division. To assess the effectiveness in innovative teaching methods in improving students' division skills. To study multiplication table efficiently.
Is there any relationship between studying multiplication table and integer division?
Yes, madam. They by studying the multiplication table, they can do this individual division by mental math. By that calculation, they could solve these problems, madam.
Okay, right.
This is close context. The research will focus especially on grade 7 A students. It is a classroom-based study with teacher-led interventions. A tool used to ensure the identification problems are observation, written exam, reflective journals, and discussions. This is academic contents I have gone through. Understanding integer operations in middle schools, the role manipulative in learning math, the impact of interactive learning in math, number sense development, and integer division. This is my intervention plan, activity plan for whole my research plan. I have chosen 6 intervention plan with 6 activities. In this, I am using visual models, interactive group activities for peer learning and collaborative problem solvings, gamification and digital tools, making them interesting in digital side. I have choose educational maths games and especially educational math apps and interactive quizzes. So I am using tablets and computers from school computer lab. Also real world application solving practical problems by giving problem solving worksheets and step-by-step scaffolding. So I am gradually increasing the complexity with the mixed operations and
Okay.
post-assessment and reflections.
Okay.
This is my time frame.
Mhm.
Identification the problem. This is and literature review, writing the research objective all in January and preparing their proposal, presenting the proposal and getting approval during the month of February. And implementation of the research will go through February to March. Finally, in the April, writing the research report and review and submission will.
Okay, right.
This is the
Rather than
ethical
implementation of the research, you can say implementation of the intervention.
intervention.
Intervention तो आप implement कराना फिर activities टिकन implement करा.
Okay, madam. This is ethical consideration. Consideration. I have obtained the permission from school premises, principal and sectional head.
Not premises. Obtaining permission from the school principal and the sectional heads.
Ensuring the participation of the students. I have contact the parents. We were over the call and I am ensure the participations of the students. And I have given equal opportunities for the selected group students. And I have maintaining their confidentiality, their data also.
Okay.
Limitations. There are student variability in conducting this activity. Time constraint is the main limitation I have facing in this proposal research. Also, a resource availability. Some tablets and computers are not working. Sometimes they are having lack of charge. So that will be a limitation for my research. Also assessment challenges. This is the references I have gone through my research. That's all, madam. I will find now.
Right. So
Thank
when
you.
I'm going to conduct these activities in your school,
Madam, I will get since it's a Muslim school, they will Fridays they will leave the school early. So I got the permission from the principal to conduct classes to do research after the Fridays after school.
so then aren't they going to the mosque, the students?
No, they are girls, madam.
Ah,
Girls,
no problem with the girls. They don't go.
yes. Yes,
Right.
madam.
So then did you get permission from the parents to keep them in the school?
Yes, madam. I got the permission from the parents.
Okay.
Mm.
Then what's your target group? How many students are there?
Madam, I have selected 3 students, madam.
That's the thing. So you have to increase the number. In any
Okay.
case, if these 3 students, if they say that they are not willing to take part in the research or if they get absent, that you will fall in trouble. So select some,
Yeah.
right?
Is it okay if I select some 6 students?
Okay, it's okay. Less than
Ah,
10. You can select less
less
than
than-
10.
okay, madam.
Okay, 10, even 10 people doesn't matter.
Okay, madam.
Right, Pradha. Okay.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Okay, Pradha. So now I will call the names now because that there's a complaint that I will call back the names. Mm. Okay, right. Now, Fatima Farween, have you already done? Devindi Lalitya, Parveen Fazmina. Tell me that Fatima Shafana, have you done?
No, madam, shall I do?
Wait, Pute. I want to find your name. Fatima Shafana. Then Kanchana, that your name is also there.
I'm ready, madam.
Ma'am, Hamiza also.
Okay,
You
right.
check.
I can take you until 10 o'clock. Don't worry. So I will
Ah.
take everybody. And then Kanchana, you do, then I will take. Don't worry that I will take all.
Can you
Okay.
see it,
Now
madam?
I need to know, I need to see your name. A-D-K. Because there's a long list that it takes time for me to read all because I can't find out who has completed and who has not. Actually, what's your number? RFNR. And this is something else.
Yeah, madam.
Your one is different to the others.
Is it different, madam?
Yeah, that others have FNR something, but you have some other thing. You are from another course, ne?
I'm from B.Ed course, madam.
Okay. Others? Rashida, that what's your course? Shafana, what's your course, Shafana?
Tessel.
Okay, right. Right.
Okay, madam. Can I
Student's
start now?
number, madam, FNR number.
What is that, Puta? FNR numbers are what's the degree? What is FNR numbers? What is that degree?
FNR is, madam, that is a register number they are giving from the campus.
So then you also must have that one. Puta.
You see that?
Now, Kanchana, that you also must have that kind of number.
Yeah,
F-
madam. It's my registered number. So,
FNR is everybody has FNR number. It doesn't matter. I will send this number.
okay,
Okay,
madam.
continue.
So, good evening, everyone. So, I'm KDK Kuruppu, and I'm ready to present my action research proposal on the topic of improving writing skill of grade 9 students. So, this is my table of content. Then when I consider the background of the study, I have been working at Dharmashoka College, Ambalangoda since 2024. That means I got a transfer to that school last year. And I was assigned to teach English language for grade 9, 10, and 12 classes. So after completing 3 term tests last year, I have identified that each and every class has few students with poor writing skill. And these students need fair knowledge of writing skill to meet the academic needs. So then I selected 3 students from grade 9F class, 2 boys and 1 girl. Among all the students I am teaching in the school, I selected these 3 students because I was the class teacher for these students last year, and this year also I'm teaching them English. So it is easy
Yeah,
for
that
me
I
to
have
handle
problem.
them.
I have a problem now. Your topic is improving writing skills of grade 9 students. So if we consider about writing skills, it's a vast thing. Maybe essay writing, free writing, writing poems. So then we have to minimize that. That means that we have to narrow down the topic. Writing is a vast thing. So you have to narrow down. So actually what I'm going to do in this?
Because their writing skill is so poor, so to increase their level a bit more.
Okay, we'll keep on doing it. Then I will suggest you a topic. So we'll
Okay, madam. Then, so I'm going to do a brief introduction about these 3 students. So actually, they have gained marks lower than 45 in the last term test. That means the third term test. And student A is a boy. He has got the lowest mark for English in that class, and that means in 8F class. And he's a slow learner, and he has no interest towards writing. And student B is a girl.
when I talk about her writing skills, she's not hesitating to write, but her writing is normally full of grammar and spelling mistakes. And her attitude towards learning is also not very good, but she's a pretty and a talented dancer. I'm sure that she will be a good be in a good position in dancing if we can make a stage for her.
Mm.
But I decided to improve her writing skill too. And students, he is also a boy. He doesn't know even the basic grammar rules, and he does not follow the SVO. Direct Sinhala translations are also included in his writing tasks, and he misses many school days due to his cricket practices.
So then here that we can narrow down this to some kind of grammar, right? So then correct grammar rules, like the grammar rules also, that it's also vast, that if you consider about correct grammar rules, there are 12 tenses. So you have to focus on 12 tenses. Anyway, that we can use improving their correct usage of grammar rules in their writing. Okay, we'll see. Okay, right.
So when I consider the research limitations, so allocating extra time on these 3 students will be a problem for me as well as for the students, because I have loaded with so many extracurricular work at the school, and without students' support also I can't succeed, parent support, and getting permission from the authorities can be a problem. Now there's a new circular, madam, that they have said that if we keep students even for the co-curricular activities after school, we need to get the permission even from the zonal education office, because if something happens to one of them, no one will stand by us. So, and security problems, students' attitudes on learning, and the time duration also. Then research objectives, uses correct spelling, uses correct mechanics of writing, uses vocabulary appropriately, uses correct grammar rules. So I have made the research questions based on the objectives. Why don't students use correct spelling? Why don't they use mechanics of writing correctly?
What do you mean by mechanics of writing? What do you mean
That
by
means
that?
using punctuation marks and the capitalization.
Now, I feel that you have taken a lot. So you can take one thing out of these. Because if you want, you can improve either vocabulary or correct grammar rules or mechanics of writing or correct spelling. So that if you take all these things, that I don't think, at least you take 2 out of these. Select only 2.
Okay, madam.
Right.
So the close context, the research problem was identified through the following tools. Through observation, I have included annexures about mark sheets and their term test writing tasks. And academic context. Then in my intervention plan, sample size is 3 grade 9 students. Sampling technique, non-random sampling, and through observation and interviews. So,
Okay, purposive sampling, it's non-random sampling, eh? Right, okay.
yeah. Then this is my intervention activity plan. First, I will do a pre-test. I will give them write a small paragraph on my best friend, and I can get idea about their level of writing. Then I hope to do some guided writing activities. Then without improving their reading skill, we can't improve their writing skill. So I will ask them to read at least 3 pages per day in English, and to find 3 new words and build up 3 sentences using those 3 words they have found. And I hope to reward them for by selecting the best sentence of the day. And I will introduce them some interesting diary pages like Diary of a Wimpy Kid, and I will guide them to maintain a diary too. Then to improve the mechanics of writing, I will do some tasks about punctuation marks, because in writing tasks, we are allocating 2 marks for mechanics of writing. So I need to improve that too. And to improve their vocabulary, I hope to do some vocabulary games like hangman, categories, bingo, and slap the board. And to improve their spelling, I will do some spelling games like crossword, Scrabble, hangman, and coffee pot. Then to improve their simple grammar rules, I will do some simple activities like describing pictures and describing habits by looking at pictures and constructing simple sentences like that.
Okay. Do you think that you can do all these things during this time period? If you can, it's okay. If you have the confidence that I can do all these things to improve them, then it's okay.
But in a writing task, madam, we are allocating marks for all these categories. That's why
Right. Okay, it doesn't matter. But I think it's if you are doing all these things, select some more students. Rather than these
more
here,
than 3.
Yeah, more than 3. Select some more students.
Okay, madam. So actually developing writing skill is not like constructing a wall, but like the growth of a plant. So it takes time. No skill can be mastered overnight, but I hope to do my best during this using this time frame. So during the last week of January, I identified the problem and did the literature review. Then during the second week of February, I wrote the research objectives and questions and made the research proposal. So I will allocate 8 to 7 weeks for the implementation of the intervention plan. Then finally, during the third week of April, I will write the research report and submit it. Then when I consider the ethical consideration, ensure to obtain consent from the school authorities, parents, and students. Students' real names and photos cannot be used. Keep students' data confidential. Fair and equal access. Ensure the teaching strategies do not cause undue stress. So the references, and I have included some annexures too.
Okay,
So
so we
nowadays
can
students,
we can change your topic as improving essay writing skills.
Okay, madam.
Writing means that a lot of writing, free writing, essay writing, poetry
Yeah.
writing. Okay. So since you have taken this also essay writing for your pre-test, so you can keep on doing that. Even you can give picture description.
Yes.
Okay. So then you can give a lot of writing tasks for them or parallel writing.
Yes, madam.
So parallel writing means that you give a description about yourself, about one student that asks him or her write about his or her friend, about the father,
Yeah.
right, like that. Yeah.
Okay, madam.
Right. Right, Pita.
Okay.
Who
So
will do,
now,
who will be doing next? Pita, if you stop sharing, then others can.
okay, madam. I'm trying.
Who is doing next?
Can I do?
Okay, Anjana.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, can you see my screen?
Yeah. PAD Senadire. FNR 211202. Right, I want to tell something for Kurupu, Kanchana. Is it Kanchana Kurupu? Are you still there? Uta, you send me your FNR number. Otherwise, it will be a problem because if I send this, I don't know whether they will be able to find. Send me your FNR number, Kanchana. Okay.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Today, I'm excited to present my research proposal on enhancing grade 6 students' understanding and usage of the present continuous tense through interactive activities.
Change the word understanding because it is not measurable. We can't measure the understanding.
Okay, ma'am.
So enhance grade 6 students usage of correct present continuous usage of present continuous tense correctly, right?
Okay.
Accurately. Enhancing grade 6 students usage of present continuous tense accurately through interactive activities, right?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. And we all know that grammar is essential for clear communication, but we have also seen how students struggle with using tenses correctly. For example, instead of saying she is reading a book, many students say
she read a book now. This is a
Mm.
common problem and I want to find a way to solve it. I believe that traditional methods like memorization and grammar drills aren't enough. That's why I plan to introduce interactive learning using games, role plays, and storytelling. My goal is to see whether these activities can make learning grammar more effective and enjoyable. So let's dive into my research plan. And this is the content of my proposal. This research is an action plan to improve students' grammar skills using interactive learning techniques. It's not just about memorizing rules, it's about using the tense correctly in real life. My focus is on a small group of grade 6 students in my private class, and I'll be testing different activities to see what works best for them. Why did I choose this topic? Because I have observed that many students misuse the present continuous tense, either confusing it with other tenses or forming incorrect sentences. This problem affects the speaking and writing skills. Research shows that interactive learning improves language retention, so I want to test this idea in my own class. And why does this research matter? If students can master the present continuous tense, they will communicate more clearly in English. This will not only help them in academics, but also in real-life situations. And additionally, this study could provide valuable insight for teachers on how to make grammar teaching more engaging. In the research problem, so what's the problem I'm addressing is, after observing my students, I noticed 3 key issues. They struggle to form correct sentences using the present continuous. They confuse it with other tenses like the present simple especially. They lack confidence in speaking and writing using this tense. This study aims to find a solution through an interactive approach. And these are the research objectives. And to solve this problem, I have set 4 main objectives. To help students correctly use the present continuous in speaking and writing, and to improve their accuracy in real life conversation, to encourage self-monitoring so they can recognize and correct their own mistakes, and to help them differentiate between present continuous and present simple. To achieve this, I'll answer questions like, these are research questions. How does interactive learning improve students' use of the present continuous? What challenges do students face in learning this tense? And can self-monitoring help students improve their accuracy? Like, these are the research questions. And when we move into limitations of this study, of course, every study has its limitations, we know. Mine will focus on just 5 students, meaning the not 5, 4 students, meaning the findings may not apply to all grade 6 learners. Also, the intervention will last only 3 months, so I won't be able to measure long-term effects. However, the results will still provide valuable insights. And how I will identify the problem. These are the tools used to confirm the identified problem. Before I start the intervention, I need to confirm the problem. So I will do this by conducting a pre-assessment test on grammar and interviewing students about their challenges, observing how they use the tense in class and daily conversations. This will help me understand where they struggle the most. And my approach is based on previous research, which suggests that students learn grammar best through engaging interactive methods rather than passive memorization. Studies have shown that games, role plays, and real-life practice improve retention and application of grammar rules. These are the researchers I have referred. And in the methodology part, the intervention plan is now, I will work with 4 grade 6 students and collect data through observation, interviews, students' written and spoken work. And now let's look at what I plan to do in each week. Ma'am, can you hear?
Okay, I can hear you.
So weekly intervention activities are like that. In the first week, I will start with a fun lesson introducing the present continuous tense using images and videos to make it visual and relatable. So students will play a what's happening now game to describe actions. And in the second week, students will practice storytelling using pictures, sequence, and role plays. A peer review activity will help them correct mistakes together. And in the third week, real life conversations and self-monitoring. And here students will practice conversations in real life scenarios like making a phone call. They will also keep a grammar journal to track their progress. And in the fourth week, differentiating present continuous from present simple. Students will learn the differences between present simple and present continuous through sorting activities and timed writing exercises. And finally, I will assess their progress with a grammar quiz or a short presentation and a reflection session where they discuss what they have learned. And this is the intervention plan I have set for them. And
Here, presentation. Go to the previous one. Each student, previous one. Okay. Each student describes a picture or personal experience. So it's better if you give one. Each student describe a picture. That is one.
Okay.
Next day,
okay, ma'am.
each student describe a personal experience. Or each student describe about an unforgettable incident. So like that, give some more activities, right? Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. And
Even you
since
can
I'm-
employ the other students to, when they are speaking, ask them to identify the mistakes they make.
okay, ma'am.
So
Okay.
then they also can give feedback.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. And since I'm working with young students, I will ensure informed consent from students and parents and confidentiality using codes like ABCD instead of real names, and fair participation, ensuring every student got equal learning opportunities. And this is the time frame since January 3rd and 4th week, identification of the problem, and I am going to I have done the literature review in 4th week also, writing the research objectives and questions and preparing the research proposal also I have done in the 4th week of January, and presenting the proposal and getting approval. I have marked it as in the first and second week of February, and implementation of the research is going for 5 weeks. So since in the third week of March, I am going to write in the research report, and review and submission is I am going to do from first week of April to third week of April. And
Okay.
in the reflection note for each steps I have mentioned and what do I hope to achieve. So students will use the present continuous more accurately is one achievement, and they will feel more confident in the speaking and writing. And the last one is the study will provide insights into how interactive learning impacts grammar learning. So I will continuously reflect and adjust activities based on students' progress, ma'am. And these are the references that I used to refer my action research problem. So this is the I have
Okay.
already given the pre-assessment,
Uh-huh.
and this is the assessment I gave them. And these are the marks they have got.
Mm-hmm.
And some students you can see struggle to form the ing verb, present continuous verb, and they can't differentiate between simple present tense and present continuous tense. And these are the marks they got. And yet I have done only the pre-test. According to that, what I have planned was the pre-test to assess students' initial understanding. And what actually happened was the pre-test revealed that students confused the present continuous with the present simple. And some students struggle with forming correct verb structures. And what I have learned is practical activities like describing pictures, real life scenarios were more effective than theoretical explanations. So
Okay.
Students need more time to differentiate between tenses, requiring extra reinforcement exercises. And
even you can do some activities for the
excuse me, ma'am?
interesting activities. Give them rather than doing some traditional activities. Give them more interesting activities
Yeah.
rather than giving some traditional activities.
Okay, ma'am. And regular teacher feedback and peer discussions help boost confidence and grammar accuracy. And this is my presentation, ma'am. And thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. Who will do next?
Madam, shall I do?
And Shafana? Is Is it Fatima Shafana?
Oh, yes,
Who is
madam.
that?
Yes,
Okay, okay,
Fatima.
send it. Okay. F M A F M A. Wait, FNR 210744. Okay, right. Continue.
Okay, my excellent research proposal is about improving the intangibility of English handwriting of grade 6 students.
Is it intangibility or intangibility? What are you sure about the spellings?
Yes,
Is it
madam.
correct? Okay,
I have
okay, right.
checked.
Okay, continue. Intangibility.
These are the contents and
Okay.
background of the study. There are 4 basic skills in any education system, and learning English helps students for their present and future purpose, like for job opportunities and for a higher education and so on. There are some challenges faced by students like poor reading and writing, difficulty in forming sentences using subject verb object, lack of vocabulary, using the same word repeatedly without using any synonym instead. Students make errors on pronouncing simple and complex words. Poor handwriting and spacing. Students write sentences without any space between words. Identification of problem. It's a government-based school with 300 students, and I teach English for grade 4, 5, and 6 classes. In grade 6 class, I found some issues in writing skills in grade 6, that students face difficulty in writing sentences without spacing and wrong way of using punctuation marks. Significance of the study. English language is an internationally recognized language, and writing legibly helps academically and professionally, and my research is about identifying students who are weak in handwriting and providing some activities to improve these issues in students. Limitation of the study. Lack of previous research studies, and only sentence or paragraphs can be given at early stage practice and avoid errors, and time frame.
Time constraint. Time constraint. Time constraint means that you don't have much time to do that, limited time.
Yes. And next is close context. The observation is through exam papers, that low marks in essay question, inability to build proper letter formation. These are observed through a term test, and I have attached that. In interviews from teachers, like previous teachers, they say that one teacher said the student feels lazy to write, and another teacher says that students are careless in using punctuation mark. They try to show their book at first, so they make the careless in writing. Academic context. These are the academic context, literature reviews. And data triangulation, observation, handwriting, interviews from previous teachers concerned, and study document through exam papers. Same thing for letter formation, in improper spacing between words. It is observed through exam papers. And common revelation is that some students make errors from the beginning, while others make because of their carelessness. These are the journal entries. First objective is to enable the student to overcome the intangibility of English handwriting. It measures the activities, guidance, and test papers. And students understand the errors made by them and the importance of correcting it. And students were enthusiastic in learning. Self-assessment about the success is all 5 students are capable in improving their errors. Methodology activities like providing 5 sentences about favorite sports for one day, and next day about animal and festival, etc., and replicating a paragraph, and activities on punctuation marks. Intervention plan, improving the handwriting for clear and easy to read, providing paragraph to copy, and letting the students write sentence on their own. Resources like pupils books, storybooks, web, and expected behavioral changes are to enable the students to write neatly and to enable students to use punctuation marks appropriately. Next objective is to build better letter formation and spacing skill. Steps are the providing simple sentences to practice where to keep space, providing small paragraph to copy, and activities on punctuation mark. And behavioral changes are there to enable the students to form better letter formation and spacing skills in their writing activities. Next objective is the improving the speed and accuracy of writing, letting the students to copy a paragraph in a specific period of time and providing dictation to write those paragraphs. Behavior changes are there to enable the students to write neatly with the correct speed and accuracy. At last, providing a paper to assess and evaluate their performance, whether achieved or not, to enable the students to improve intangibility. I have to correct that word, madam, of English handwriting. Reflective journal. What expected to do is copywriting and activities on marking punctuation to improve the letter formation and spacing. What actually happened was student could able to achieve the expected target from the activities. This process helps in achieving the target which I planned. Now it's process dictation to improve the speed and accuracy and test papers. Students scores more than earlier. Students improvement can be observed. Ethical consideration is the confidentiality and anonymity. Pseudonyms are used instead of the real names, and no pictures of students codes instead school name. Ethical approval from the sectional head and the parents. Transparency and honesty in reporting and findings. Reflective note. I started with copywriting, observed students' improvement, provide a paragraph to copy and gave that paragraph as a dictation activity and observe that the students scored more marks. Provide a small activities on marking punctuation correctly when necessary. The errors made by students reduced while doing more activities in this area. These are the time frame. These are the annexes and references. Thank you.
What are things that you are considering? You are considering grammar rules, vocabulary. What else?
Punctuation mark, space, spacing, and letter formation.
Okay, so can you do all these things within this period?
Yes, I have more periods, madam, because I am taking English for grade 4, 5, and 6. I have more relief.
Okay, right. 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 Who will do
Ma'am.
next?
Shall I do, ma'am?
Hamiza.
Yes. Ma'am, is it okay?
Okay, right. Wait.
Good evening, ma'am.
Wait. Okay, right.
Good evening, ma'am and dear colleagues. My research proposal is based on specific challenges faced by ESL learners of secondary classes in comprehension activities. This is a study based on students of KG Dehi Sri Ganesha Tamil Mahavidyalaya. The contents were as follows: introduction, close context, academic context, and it goes to up to the annexures. And next is the introduction. The background of my study was, I was appointed as an English teacher in 2021, January 1st, to the KG Dehi Sri Ganesha Tamil Mahavidyalaya. And I was assigned grade 6, 7, and 9 classes to teach English. But when conduct lessons in grade 9, I found that many students felt difficulties in comprehensive activities. The research problem, the persistent difficulties in comprehension activities may start from various factors, including the unfamiliarity with complex sentence structure, limited vocabulary, lack of exposure to the English language outside the classroom, inadequate teaching and learning strategies. The significant why I do this study was reading comprehension is significant skill that should be developed learners various academic tasks. It helps them decoding text, analyzing, explaining, and expressing their own ideas about the written materials. And learning should develop strong ability to understand written materials to cope up with academic tasks that their teachers deal with them. These findings are particularly important as in Sri Lanka because to prepare the students for high stakes examinations like ordinary level and advanced level examinations, the research objectives are to identify the reason for the difficulties in reading, understanding a given text, to increase the vocabulary power of the students, to enhance the reading ability of the students using the modern teaching technique, whereas that is followed by the research question. What are the difficulties in reading and understanding a given context? How to increase the vocabulary power of the students? How to enhance and improve reading ability of the students? And next is my close context. It deals with the data triangulation.
Just again show me your objectives.
Okay.
Identify the reasons, right? Identify the reasons for the difficulties in reading, understanding.
To identify the reasons. Okay, ma'am. I'll adjust it.
Rather reading comprehension, right? Reading comprehension of a given context. Right? Reading comprehension of a given context. Comprehension to increase the vocabulary.
Reading comprehension.
To enhance the reading ability of the students using the modern teaching techniques. Okay, so then you should have some, you have to emphasize what are these modern teaching techniques in future activities, right? So because now it's one of the objectives. You should have activities for all these objectives, right?
Okay, ma'am. The close context observation. I found that observation low marks in English language paper. Through that, I found the poor vocabulary skills, inability to understand the question and answer when seeing the paragraph answer questions. Thus, my annexures were attached below. Through the interviewing of the certain teachers, I found that students are reluctant to read and understand and unaware of using the new techniques of learning, not attentive in reading lessons, poor vocabulary power of students, lack of exposure of English language according to the background and their school structure. Study of the documents found that the progress report English marks were continuously low. That is because mainly due to the comprehensive activities are not focused and done. Low marks in unit test of comprehension test. Low marks in term test papers. Students face difficulties in reading, comprehension, and activities.
Okay, leave it for a moment. Leave it for a moment. Low marks for English language paper. Poor vocabulary skills. It's not a skill. Vocabulary ka skill එකක් නෙවෙයිනේ. Poor
vocabulary. Okay.
Poor vocabulary. Inability to understand the questions and answers. Not inability, difficult to understand. Difficult to understand questions and answer. Students are reluctant to read and understand what? Understand the questions in the text paper.
Yes, understand the questions and
questions in the textbook or whatever it is, right? Unaware of using new techniques of learning. So this is not good. Unaware of using new techniques of learning. What is that? What are these techniques? What do you mean by that?
No, in reading there are techniques only.
No, you don't use that one. So something else. Interweave. Not attentive in reading lessons, poor vocabulary power, lack of exposure to English language. So instead of aware of using new techniques of learning, lack of using new techniques, not learning, lack of using new techniques in reading. New techniques can tell what are these new techniques of reading.
Yeah, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I'll remove that.
Remove and use something else. Study progress report. Low marks in unit test. Not low marks. Marks in unit test of for comprehension test or low කියන බෑනේ අපිට දැන් study document එක we evaluate මේක low ද high ද කියලා so we are evaluating marks in
okay.
unit test for their reading comprehension activities.
And
Marks
a
in
third one also should be
yeah,
adjusted.
marks in
Mark.
term test papers. Students face difficulties in reading comprehension and reading comprehension and doing activities. Reading comprehension and doing activities. Okay.
Doing activities.
This is okay. Okay, because this is data triangulation.
Yeah.
All right. So then you have these things, and finally you come to common revelation. Okay, this progress report. What is progress report? Marks the
Yeah.
study
Yeah.
of documents. Marks of the
Yeah.
progress report.
Yeah.
Low
Then
marks.
do I have to mention marks of progress report?
Yes.
Oh, in-
Marks of the progress report. Low marks for unit test for reading comprehension activities. Come on, because that you from these things you come to a conclusion that they face difficulties in reading comprehension activities. Okay, right.
The common revelation was student face difficulties in reading comprehension activities.
Okay, right.
Through data triangulation, I found that. And next is my academic context. It was listed through 2007 to 2015. I found the research, this article author.
Where are your
here,
key findings? They are not available. The most
15.
important things of the is missing. Most important thing is missing here. Key findings are the most important thing. Not the
Yeah, ma'am. In some, there were key findings. In the, do I have to mention the key finding here also, ma'am?
yeah. Yes, you have to tell what are the key findings. Otherwise, it's useless. If it is not relevant to your these things, that is useless. So your key findings says that this is important for your research.
Yeah, improving reading comprehension. There is one article that is a key finding reading comprehension difficulties, student performance are taken into consideration in this academic literature review.
Okay, continue.
Then intervention plan. Research methodology was action research method. Sample size grade 9, 6th students. Sampling technique was non-random sampling. Data collection method was observation, interview, study of literature review and document. Here the intervention activity steps were as follows. In intervention plan, increase the vocabulary power of students. Activity was show picture and elicit questions. Step 1 was elicit questions showing the pictures by pointing the screen. Give simple question about the pictures. The resource I found was the teacher guide, English professional development guide. And the second intervention was to enhance their reading comprehension ability. Second was the play story in the smart board. Make them watch the story, divide the class into pairs, and the activities are the resources were from the textbooks and the digital tool. And next was the provide a newspaper article. The step were as follows: dividing the class into 4, guide them to make question from the article, make them write the answers for the question, make them read aloud from each one to share the information to the class. The resource was the teacher guide. And then next was the ethical consideration. The permission to do the research was taken from the principal. The letter is attached here. They ensure the consent from the individual who are being interviewed. Ensure the confidentiality of the identities of the individual who provide information for the research. And next was the research limitation. The time was the main barrier. Lack of previous research studies, parent and teacher support, student participation, difficulty in generalizing the information. And next was my time frame. It was started to January 4th week, and likewise literature review was as follows, and writing the research objective and research questions, and preparing the research proposal was in February, and presenting the proposal and getting the approval was February 3rd week, and implementation of my research, writing the research report will be on March, and review and submission will be by the second week of March. And here the bibliography. Next is the annexures were as follows. Thank you.
Okay, so how do you find time to do these activities?
After school, whenever I'm doing a class for the grade 9 students, and also first period I'm taking for them. So I found the time like that, ma'am.
So then do you give the pre-test only for the selected 6 students or for everybody?
Pre-test was given for everyone. To that only I selected that 6 students, and other time to time I have to check them. So small like unit wise I'm giving them a test.
Okay, so then you compare with the pre-test. Then
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Right. Okay.
Okay.
Madam, shall I do?
Okay.
Madam, shall I start?
Now, okay, Jennifer will give the chance. Pavani, I'll take yours next.
Okay, madam.
Thank you, madam.
Why? Jennifer, why are you getting late to do?
Okay. Is it visible, madam?
What's up with that?
Can you see, madam?
No, not yet.
Can you see, madam?
No, Buddha, not yet. Sarakadi.
Is it visible, madam?
If you want, you can send me to my WhatsApp, then I can display if you have any problem. So till then, shall we go to, I'll give the next chance and we'll go to Pavani. Jennifer,
Madam,
you
I
send it to
don't
me.
have your WhatsApp.
You know, you're familiar with WhatsApp. Okay, then how are you going to do? You're doing with your computer, laptop?
No, madam, it's in my phone. Oh.
Still we can't see. If you want take time, so we can give Pavani the chance and you can do next. I'll take until 10
Okay,
o'clock.
madam.
Okay. Pavani,
Okay.
you can do next.
Okay, madam. Madam, is it visible?
No, Buddha, not yet. I can see only the interface of your phone, but not the PowerPoint presentation.
Now
No,
is
it's now okay.
madam.
Okay. You can enlarge it now. If possible, you can enlarge it. I'll write your name. LHM Pavani Madhushika. BFNR You have a nice number. How many ones are there? 4 or 5?
Sorry, ma'am.
How many ones are there? 4 ones. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, madam.
Okay, right. You can continue.
Shall I start, madam?
Yeah, you can start now.
Good evening, everyone. I am Pavani Madhshika, and I am currently pursuing Bachelor in TESOL at Apex campus. Today, I am here to present my action research proposal. This slide presents my research topic, effective teaching strategies for developing adjectives usage in grade 6 ESL learners. As a teacher, I have observed
Rather
that
than effective teaching strategies, you can write this one, developing adjective, developing usage of adjectives in grade 6. Usage of correct adjectives in grade 6 ESL students. Only effective teaching strategies, no use of that. So we know that you have to use some effective teaching strategies. So developing correct use of adjectives. Developing correct use of adjectives in grade 6 ESL students, ESL learners. And grade 6 students, that's enough. Developing effective, developing correct use of adjectives in grade 6 students. Okay.
As a teacher, I have observed that many young English learners struggle with using adjectives correctly in their writing and speaking. Since adjectives are essential for expressive and descriptive language, I want to explore and implement strategies that can help students improve in this area. My goal is to develop practical methods that enhance engagement and understanding of adjectives in grade 6 students. This is my table of content. This is introduction part of my research. As we know, English plays a crucial role in primary and secondary education. A strong vocabulary is essential for improving writing skills and adjectives.
Can you give me 2 minutes? Can you wait for 2
madam.
minutes? Okay. Yes, you can start.
Okay, madam. This is introduction part of my research. As we know, English plays a crucial role in primary and secondary education.
A strong vocabulary is essential for improving writing skills and adjectives. In particular, help students express their thoughts more clearly and effectively. However, many ESL learners struggle to use adjectives correctly and confidently in their writing. And this study explores strategies that can enhance students' ability to use adjectives in meaningful ways. By implementing engaging and practical teaching methods, I can help learners improve their descriptive language, making their writing more vivid and expressive. Through this research, I aim to identify technique that can support both teachers and students in
Yeah,
making
that for the topic you can use, instead of correct usage, effective usage of adjectives.
Okay. Next, I move to the I identify some key challenges that students face when using adjectives in writing. First, through classroom observation, I noticed that many students struggle to use adjectives effectively, which affect the clarity and descriptiveness of their writing. And through vocabulary assessment, revealed that limited vocabulary makes it difficult for them to construct meaningful sentences like that. And also first language interference, where students' native language influence how they learn and apply adjectives in English. This can lead to grammatical errors or incorrect adjectives placement.
How does it happen? That first language interference with the adjectives? How does it happen? Give me some examples.
Sorry, madam.
How can you prove that first language interference influence the usage of correct adjectives? How can you give me some examples? Now, if we speak, that sometimes that mother tongue influence is there.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
But for the correct use of adjectives, how does it affect? Can you give me some examples for that?
In the speaking, sorry.
So if it is not relevant, you can remove that one. So the mother tongue influence, I don't think that it's there for adjectives. Because if you give me some examples, I can accept. But without example, can you give me some examples for that? Why did you put that one? If you can't prove that, you can remove that.
Okay, madam. Okay. Shall I move to the next part?
Okay.
madam?
Okay.
Now I talk about the significance of my study and why it's important. This research is beneficial for secondary students as it helps them improve in their writing skills by using adjectives more effectively. A strong grasp of adjectives allows students to express their ideas more clearly and descriptively. As well as this study enhances students' ability to use adjectives in their exams, which can contribute to better academic performance in writing tasks and overall language proficiency. And also this research adds to the broader field of second language vocabulary acquisition by offering insight into how students learn and apply adjectives. It could serve as useful reference for future studies on grade 6 students. Sorry, madam. This is my research objectives. My general objective is to evaluate the effectiveness of selected teaching strategies in improving adjectives used among grade 6 learners. And my specific objectives are assess students' ability to use adjectives in writing, identify common errors in adjective use, and implements strategies such as picture description, word games, and free writing.
Okay, wait, Puta. We can write to assess, right? To assess students' ability to use adjectives in writing, to identify common errors in using adjectives, to implement strategies. I want a picture description on it, to implement teaching strategies, to improve correct maybe activities in the to implement effective teaching strategies to improve their correct usage of adjectives.
Okay. This is my research questions. Now I move clause context part. In this part of my research, I focus on how I identify the problem and confirm the need for my study on effective teaching strategies for developing adjectives usage in grade 6 students. To ensure that my research is based on actual challenges faced by students, I used 3 key tools: pre-assessment test, classroom observation, and available resources. Pre-assessment test, this helped me understand students' current level of adjectives usage in writing and speaking. Classroom observation, I observed students in real classroom setting to see how they use adjectives naturally and identify areas where they struggle. And sorry. Available resources, I analyzed existing materials and teaching methods to evaluate their effectiveness in helping students learn adjectives. By using these methods, I was able to confirm that many students in grade 6 have difficulties in using adjectives correctly and need more effective teaching strategies. This study is conducted in a real classroom environment to ensure practical and applicable result. Sorry, madam. This is my academic context part. In this part of my research, I will discuss the intervention plan, which outline how I will conduct my study. First, I am using the action research methodology. This method helps in identifying what works best for improving adjectives usage among grade 6 students. For this study, I have selected sample size of 4 students using purposive sampling. This means I am specifically choosing students who struggle with adjectives to see how targeted strategies can help them improve. To gather data, I will be using multiple collection methods. These include observation, pre and post assessment test, and questionnaires. Overall, this intervention plan will help me determine which teaching strategies are most effective in improving adjectives usage among grade 6 students. Now I will explain the intervention plan designed to enhance adjectives using grade 6 students. The plan consists of 5 main steps. I will begin with the pre-test, where a student will complete a short assessment to evaluate their current knowledge of adjectives. This will help identify areas that need improvement. A pre-test questionnaire will be used for this assessment. Next, I implement the 3 key teaching strategies. First, picture description. Students will observe various images and describe those using adjectives. They will be encouraged to engage in peer discussion to enhance their understanding. Like that, picture flashcard and whiteboard will be used facilitate this activity. Second, word games and riddles. Engage in activities such as adjective-based riddles, adjectives matching games will be introduced. These interactive tasks make learning fun while reinforcing adjective usage. I will use flashcards and worksheets to support these activities. Third one is a clustering and free writing. Students will brainstorm adjectives related to a given noun, form clusters of related words, and create short descriptive paragraphs like that. Writing sheets, brainstorming chart, and word bank will be used as supporting resources. Continue my intervention plan. The next step focus on the remedial session. After implementing the teaching strategies, I will identify students who still struggle with adjectives. These students will receive individual or group support through the targeted practices activities. I will conduct a one-on-one feedback session to address specific difficulties. Resources like personalized worksheets, teacher guidance, and peer supports will be used to strengthen their learning. Fourth one is a post-test to measure progress. I will administer a post-test similar to the pre-test. This will help compare students' performance before and after the intervention. The results will highlight an improvement and pinpoint any remaining areas of difficulty that need further attention. I will use post-it questionnaires and assessment sheet to collect the data. Last step is data analysis and evaluation. Finally, I will analyze the test score and student feedback to determine the effectiveness of the teaching strategies. These steps involves reviewing data chart, student feedback forms, and teacher observations. The insight gain will help refine the strategies and guide future improvement in teaching adjectives to grade 6 students. By combining these steps, my study aims to develop effective teaching strategies that enhance the students' ability to use adjectives confidently in both spoken and written English. Next, I move to a time frame. It has allocated only 4 months for my research. Since this study involves students important for follow ethical guidance, first, I will ensure that both students and their parents fully understand the purpose of this study, the methods I will use, and what is expected from participants. Transparency is keys, so I will explain my role as a researcher and how their participant can contribute to better teaching strategies. Before students take part, I will obtain informed consent from both them and their parents. Additionally, I will provide feedback to students on their learning progress, and so they can benefit from the study as well. By following this ethical consideration, I aim to create a safe and supportive learning environment while conducting the meaningful research. Now I move to challenges and limitation part. First, time concentration. Since this study is conducted over a limited period, there may not be enough time for extensive and intervention and long-term observation. Next, sample size. This study involves a small group of students which may not fully represent a large ESL population. and data collection issues and external factors. Students come with a different level of prior knowledge and motivation. These factors can influence their engagement and progress in learning objectives, making it challenging to measure the effectiveness of their strategies like that. Despite this limitation, this study aims to provide valuable insight into improving ESL learners' use of adjectives and developing effective teaching strategies for future application. These slides present example of the students' work from my research on effective teaching strategies of developing adjectives usage in grade 6 students. As part of my study, the students were asked to write sentences describing classroom items using adjectives. The sample from students A, B, and C show different level of adjectives used and sentences structure. By analyzing their work, I can identify common errors and areas where students need more support. This helps in refining teaching strategies to improve their descriptive language skill effectively. Through this research, I aim to develop better technique to enhance adjectives used in ESL learners, making their writing more expressive and accurate.
Right. So here now there are, so you have focused only on adjectives there in that activity?
Yes, madam.
Mhm. So instead of flower vase, you can ask him, right? Vase of flowers. Flower vase means empty one. Vase of flowers means where there are flowers. A vase of flowers is on the teacher's table. Okay, right. So then if you are focusing more on adjectives, that you have to prepare activities to improve their adjectives, because there you can find the order. There are some order, size, color, material. So like that, there are nearly 14. So you can teach them some of them and ask them to create more and more sentences to improve their adjectives, use of adjectives, right? Okay. Right, Buddha? Right.
Okay, madam. Thank you, madam.
Jennifer, are you ready now? If you stop sharing, Jennifer can start. Jennifer,
Yes,
are you
madam.
there? Okay, right. After Jennifer, who will be doing?
Shall I do, madam?
Shafran, eh? Okay, okay. Let Jennifer do. After that you can do. Right, okay. Jennifer, you can start.
Is it visible now, madam?
No, not yet.
Madam, is it visible?
Not yet, Buddha. If you send me, if you can, you are not familiar with WhatsApp. Ne? Otherwise, I could have displayed it for you. If you send me to my group, my WhatsApp number.
It's raining here, madam. I don't know because of the connection
Maybe
is.
it may be the reason.
But I can share, madam. Is it visible?
No, not yet.
We'll give the chance to another one, madam.
Okay. Who will do next?
Shall I do, madam?
Okay, right. Shafra. Okay, if you go to the first slide, I can write your name.
Is it visible, madam? Good
Go
evening,
to the first.
everybody.
Go to the first slide, but I won't write down your name and the.
It gives me a great
Okay, okay,
pleasure
so,
to do this action successful today. Shall I start, madam?
okay. Your name and the registration number. Okay, wait. F Shafra
My
FNR 210931. Okay. Put the improving the ability of improving the ability of here like this improving. Okay, show it again. It went. Can't see anymore.
improving the ability of grade 7 students to handle science laboratory equipment
No,
safely during the
just show
science
me.
period.
Just show me that, then I can correct it. Show me, I can't see. Show me the first slide, I can't see.
Okay, madam. This is my first slide.
No, but I can't see.
Now, is it visible, madam?
All right, now it's visible. Improving the ability of handling science laboratory equipment safely. Improving the ability of handling science lab or safely or improving the ability of handling science laboratory equipment by grade 7 students. You don't need, you know that you are using, it is invariably we know that you are using science equipment during science period, not any other period. No. So improving the ability to handle science laboratory equipment, science laboratory equipment, science laboratory equipment safely by grade 7 students.
Okay. These are my table of contents: introduction, identification of the problem, significance of the study, objectives, limitation, close context, academic context, intervention plan, time frame, and ethical considerations. At last, references. Background of the study is education is very important for human being to live productively in the society. In secondary education is an important sector for national and individual development. In this, main part is played by science too. For a successful achievement of academic performance in science, schools need to provide a learning experience with practicals. Students should be exposed to practicals. To gain better experience in science, students should handle the laboratory equipment without fear. I identified this problem at our school. I am teaching at St. Mary's KG Dehi this school contains around 1,100 students from grade 6 to 13. Although this school has laboratories, well-equipped laboratories, still students are facing difficulty in handling the equipment. There are many trained science teachers also, around 4 of them teaching 6 to 11 science, a physics teacher, a bio teacher, and a chemistry teacher. But still, these students face difficulties in handling the equipment. Hence, the research problem is to identify 5 students from grade 7 from this school who face the troubles in handling laboratory equipment safely, and to rectify the problem by providing knowledge about the equipment and training them to handle them safely. Significance of the study is Many researchers suggest that learning science is enhanced and the understanding level is improved when students are engaged in science laboratory for practical experiments. Hence, this research involves with the difficulties children face while doing the science practicals in the laboratories and problems in handling the science laboratory equipment safely. Therefore, during this research, students will gain experience in handling the equipment safely during their period. My research objectives are to make science lesson an interesting subject for grade 7 students, to help the students to learn science subject with practical experience, to help the students to gain knowledge about laboratory equipments regarding the practicals in grade 7 science textbook, to bring confidence in students to use glasswares without fear, to help the students to use the equipments in grade 7 textbook practicals in the proper recommended way. My limitations of the study are less time to use the laboratory for particular class during the school time because every day only one.
Please, hey, Putha, can you show me your objectives again?
These are my objectives.
Wait. Make science lessons. Not interesting subject, to make science lessons can interest subject anyway. To make science, an interesting subject, not lesson. To make science an interesting subject for grade 7 students. To help students to learn science subject with practical experience, right? To help the students to gain knowledge about laboratory equipment, right? Equipment. Badu, equipment, equipment regarding to help the students to gain knowledge about using laboratory equipment correctly, right? To help the students to gain knowledge about using laboratory equipment correctly in grade 7 science lessons, not textbook, in grade 7 science lessons. The next one, to bring confidence, to improve confidence in students to use. Or else, not bring confidence. That means, is it necessary? Does everyone have to wear glassware? Yes. No. Yes. Wait. To improve confidence in using glassware, right? To improve their confidence in using glassware. Without fear on a confidence that it's there.
Okay.
It's there in confidence to improve confidence in using glassware. To help the students to use equipment. No, it's again the same. You can remove the last one because it's the same in the third one. You can combine those two and write one object, right? Okay, right. Continue.
Okay, then in the third one, I have to put gain knowledge and use them proper recommended way.
Yeah.
Right. Shall I move on to the limitations?
Okay, right.
Limitations of the study are less time to use the laboratory because only a single period is available to learn science for a particular class on a particular day. So time limitation is there. Lack of previous research studies and laboratory equipment may get damaged during the researches. Class contexts are
or else that we can for limitations we can use that not sufficient number of equipment for every student.
Yeah.
Limitation. Right? Yeah. No sufficient number of equipment for every student to be used during the period.
Okay. My tools used are low marks in science term test papers, keeping practical related questions in the test paper in MCQ and structured essays also. Not willing to handle laboratory equipments. They are going backward. They are not, even give to watch a test tube. They are not willing to do it because that's the fear they have. Breaking the glass.
You can put the topic observation. through observation, you have learned that they are not willing to handle laboratory equipment. They show that fear of handling them. Even breaking the glasses during the practice also observation.
Yeah. Next, damaging the equipments in the lab.
Equipment, equipment in the lab.
Equipment in the lab. Sitting in back rows in the laboratory. These are my academic context and key findings. My intervention plan research method is action research. I am taking 5 students from grade 7B class. Sampling technique, purposive sampling. Data collection methods are observing, questionnaires and activity sheets. I have used checklist too. Interview with previous science teacher who taught in grade 6. This is my intervention, activities and resources used and expected change. First, first I have to check the knowledge about the laboratory equipment. So for this, I am going to provide them activity sheet related to the laboratory equipments and help them to complete it. Next, I am going to observe the way they use them. Most of the time, in grade 7, they have to use them, and these equipments should be used by them to do the practicals. So I am going to observe them how they are using it. After that, that is my second activity. Then I am going to give them handouts regarding safety precautions to follow during handling the selected equipments. Then select the most challenging instruments for the students to use in the previous recommended way. So when I show the videos and guide them to use the equipments, I think they will use the equipments without fear. This is my intervention plan. This is my time frame to identify the problem, like the retrievable week, research objectives, preparing the research, presenting the proposal and getting approval, implementation, and in the research report, review and submission. Ethical considerations are obtain permission from principal, section head, and class teacher. I think that won't be a problem. Next, obtaining permission from science laboratory assistant to use the laboratory during the off periods also. When the science laboratory off and I am off, I can use the laboratory equipment involved in this research, and obtain permission from the parents when necessary to hold the students after school, because during the school hour after school on a particular day I will have to hold the students, so during that time I will have to take the permission from the parents too. These are my references, and that's
okay. So then, are you doing the activities for all the students, or that for the selected students?
Selected students, madam.
How do you find time to do for the selected students?
I have already selected the students.
It's very difficult, no, because how can you teach
me a week
to improve their handling of laboratory equipment? Can you do for only those 5 students?
Because laboratories only a limited space is there. We can't take every students all the time to the laboratory. So because of the limitations of the resources, I had to take only 5 people.
Okay, then how do you find time only to do for these 5 students?
Yeah, I have took permission from their library teacher to take the library period. Other than that, I have planned to take 2 days in the evening hours. After
So is
school.
it open?
1:30 school will be. Yeah, I can get the permission from the principal for that because only 4 science teachers are using the science laboratory, and so I can take the permission to use them.
Okay. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Shall I do, madam?
Okay.
You, madam.
Okay. Enlarge it, Puta.
Can you see, madam?
I can see, but if you enlarge, I can see very, very well.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to explain my research proposal. The topic is improving loud reading in grade 8 students in rural school. This is the table of contents.
Puta, can't you enlarge it?
Can't you see, ma'am?
No, but you.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, right. Now I can see.
Introduction. Reading aloud is a critical skill that aids in improving language proficiency, pronunciation, comprehension, and confidence. Students in rural schools, especially in schools in Sri Lanka, that use
Again, show me your topic. Again, show me your topic.
Improving loud reading in grade 8 students in rural school.
In a rural school.
Okay.
Wait, MJF Jasmine. FNR 210748. Right, okay. Right.
Introduction, background of the study. Reading aloud is a critical skill that aids in improving language proficiency, pronunciation, comprehension, and confidence. Students in rural school, especially in schools in Sri Lanka that use Tamil as the medium of instruction, find it difficult to learn English as they are not exposed and have little help from resources. This presents a significant challenge for both students and teachers to achieve academic and professional success when the students and teachers lack English knowledge. The focus of this study is to find a solution to the deficiency of reading skills of grade 8 students, particularly in loud reading through intervention treatment of their English reading skill. These are the objectives. To improve loud reading fluency and pronunciation in students, to build confidence in public speaking skills through guided reading exercises, to develop a sustainable system for continuous improvement in literacy, to train teachers in effective methods of promoting loud reading practices. Research problem. The main problem I found out in my school, loud reading of the grade 8 students in is not appreciable. There are
Just again show me the objectives, and I think there are certain places I have to correct. To improve loud reading fluency. Loud reading fluency එකක් නෙවෙයි. Loud reading skill එකක්. Fluency කියන්නේ චතුර භාවනේ. Fluency is there in speaking. To improve loud reading and pronunciation. To improve loud reading and loud reading skill and pronunciation in and දෙකම skill දාන්න. To improve loud reading and pronunciation skills in students. To build confidence and confidence To build confidence for public speaking skills through guided reading exercises. The public speaking, how can we improve through guided reading exercises? For public speaking, you have to do speaking activities there. Take a change karan to develop a sustainable system for continuous
Public reading skills.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Public reading ne public ain karan reading skills.
Reading skills. Research problem.
Again, last one. I couldn't catch the last one. To train teachers in effective. To train, you are not going to train teachers. You can't use that. To use teaching methodologies and techniques to improve loud reading practices. To enhance loud reading practices.
Okay.
Okay.
Enhance. Okay. Okay. Research problem. The main problem I found out in my school, loud reading of the grade 8 students is not appreciable. There are 30 students in grade 8 class. Most of the students face difficulty in pronunciation, fluency, and comprehension of the language. Because of limited exposure of English, poor teaching resources, and the little emphasis on teaching reading in the curriculum. Hence, I find it difficult to perform well in the academic and proficiency of the language. Significance of the study. This can be significant in several ways, particularly in improve their English language proficiency, their confidence in their academic performance, and enhances reading fluency, strengthens and comprehension skills, and also supports multilingual learning. Limitation of the study. This study is based on the Tamil medium school situated in rural estate area, based on grade 8 students, and also I was selected 20 students. Both strong readers and struggling readers will be included. Is that okay, ma'am? 20 students?
Okay, it's okay. It's matter.
Clause content. For the first one, to confirm the above mentioned problem, following tools were used. Baseline assessment. To assess students' loud reading skills, pronunciation, fluency, and comprehension, a pre-test was conducted. Interview with English teachers. According to the interviews with English teachers, their confidence in teaching English was low and they used little interactive teaching methods. Survey presented to grade 8 students revealed that they were afraid of having to read aloud and were not exposed to English outside of the classroom. It says that more than 80% of the students claimed that they didn't read English books and did not have English conversation in a home. Observations in the classroom. It confirmed that students do not often engage in loud reading activity, and for the most part, English lessons are conducted in Tamil. These are the recent and related types of research and supportive leads to prepare activities.
Academic context means, Puta, that how did you find? Okay, right. Oh, may. Okay. Okay. Doesn't matter. Can you explain some of them?
First one, according to Nation 2009, extensive reading is very important to improve the language proficiency. This supports the use of graded readers to improve vocabulary and comprehension when the Sri Lankan context was considered. And Kannan 2018 discovered that the students massively reading performed better in their reading skills. And the roles of motivation in reading are as important as suggested by Guthrie and Wickfield 2000. The research recommends the use of rewards and recognition in encouraging students. As reported by Kumar 2022 in Sri Lankan State School, students who were rewarded for reading became more motivated and engaged. A methodology research process, the action research approach will be followed for this research, that is systematic and reflective process of problem solving in educational setting. It is particularly pertinent to such issues in teaching and learning as how to improve loud reading skills. Pre-intervention. Perform a pre-intervention test to measure student loud reading skills in terms of pronunciation, fluency, and comprehension. This will help read students to measure the degree at which students' reading abilities are. Second, create intervention and tailor it to specific activity that will help to improve loud reading skills based on the finding determined from the baseline assessment and academic context. The intervention will be designed. Regular formative assessment. This includes a formative assessment and mentions of observations. Change how the interventions are done in order for them to achieve the maximum effectiveness possible. Ethical consideration. The school authorities, the teachers, and the students. Before the study, the school authorities, the teachers, and the students will provide consent. The purpose and procedures of the research and the possible benefits to participants will be explained to participants. Confidential data collected. The data collected during the research will remain confidential. Students and teacher personal information will not be released. Voluntary participation in the study. We will have voluntary participation in the study at any time without any consequences. Students and teachers will be allowed to withdraw from the study. And also the interventions will be designed so as to minimize physical and psychological harms to the participants. Finally, the researcher will observe and monitor the emotional and physical well-being of the students throughout the study.
Okay, so you can, in this ethical consideration, you can keep the confidentiality of the students without using their names. You can use A, B, C, D, or you can use pseudonames for them, 1, 2, 3, 4. And you
Okay.
can get permission from the principal and sectional heads. If you want, you can get permission from the teachers. Then you can give participation for everybody for the activity. So like that. Okay, right. Continue.
Reflection for each step. Baseline assessment. The baseline assessment is based on the pre-intervention test, which showed the students struggle in their loud reading skills, specifically in pronouncing words and fluency. In terms of the research, it was seen that these gaps required targeting intervention. First intervention, the introduction of graded readers in the audiovisual aids was very much encouraged by students who were more interested in reading. However, there were some students that needed help understanding the concept. Therefore, they should receive extra support. Second intervention, if readers resisted and refused to accept the text, withdraw, or failed to sustain attention long enough, repeated reading of the same passage might be implemented. This pointed out a need for more personalized feedback and opportunity for some more vocabulary building exercises. Reflective journal. Regular reflections of the reflective journal showed challenges during the intervention period, such as lack of resources, time. Yet the successes it also recorded include increased students' engagement and motivation. This is the time frame, ma'am. There is a mistake. I was started on February, but here I mentioned March. I want to change the month, February to April. And these are the references. Thank you.
Okay. Again, tell me what is your sample size? 20 students?
20 students, both struggle reading and well.
When I'm going to
not-
use when I'm going to do these activities for them?
I have more relief works, ma'am. I am doing 6, 7, 8 classes. So I have more off periods. So I can do on that.
Okay, right.
Thank you.
Right, next on. Who would like to do next?
Ma'am, can I do?
Who is there?
Tirosha. Can I do, ma'am?
Okay.
Can you see, ma'am?
No, Buddha, no, not yet.
Now?
Right, yes. No, can you enlarge it?
Second. It's okay, ma'am, now?
No, Buddha, can you enlarge it? I can see still a small, no, still no, a small one. So you can you do it as a slideshow? Go to slideshow mode, then you can enlarge it.
It's not there. Can't tell it. It's not visible, ma'am.
Better to make it. Wait, Buddha. Wait, I'll write your name. E.K. Sandamali,
Yeah, Tirosha Kanchana Sunamali.
Okay. Now right. Okay, now okay.
Okay, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Today I'm going to share my research proposal, the impact of storytelling on positive student behavior, age 3 to 5. Here I'm going to introduction about my research. As you may know, children between in this age going through important stages of development, especially when it comes to learning how to interact with others. One way to help children understanding and practice good behavior such as sharing or being kind is through stories. Stories have the power of teach important lessons in a way that's engaging and easy for children to understand. In my research, we'll explore if telling stories can encourage kids to be kinder and share more. As an example, in a story where characters share their toys or help a friend, kids can see how these actions are good and start practicing them too. So, do you think stories could really help children learn how to be kind and share? Think about your favorite childhood stories. Did any of them teach you a valuable lesson? That's the power of storytelling. So, storytelling is not just a fun activity, it's a powerful tool for shaping positive behaviors in young children and teaching them important social lessons. Next, move on.
Yeah, can you show me the topic again?
One second, ma'am. The impact of storytelling on positive behavior. Student behavior.
The impact of storytelling on
Positive student behavior.
positive student behavior. Positive student behavior. Impact of storytelling. What do you mean by positive student behavior? It is not clear here. What do you mean?
Ma'am, there are behavior changes in the positive way.
Impact of storytelling. We can we can talk about something improving something like.
Ma'am, only you are the one change this topic that day that I was.
Yes, the impact of storytelling on positive student behavior. That's a student behavior also we can narrow down. Okay, just explain, then I can tell what can you write.
Okay, ma'am. And then here the how I identify this problem. I am a nursery teacher in the UAE, working with age 3 to 5 years children from different nationalities and different cultural backgrounds. Every day I observe how children behave in the classroom. Some kids I struggle with sharing and somehow trouble to listen in, and others find it hard to express their feelings. So I started wondering how can I help them improve in a fun and engaging way. To understand this better, I observed my students during class. I noticed that when I told them stories, they give more attention and they interact more, even started showing their kind behavior. So this made me think, can storytelling really help shape positive behavior? To explore this, I decided to research how storytelling influences children's social and emotional skills. So here, this is the significance of the study. This study will show how storytelling can improve children's behavior. It will help children learn important skills like sharing, kindness, and following rules. Teachers can use storytelling as an effective tool to guide positive behavior. The study can offer new ideas for parents and educators to support children's social and emotional growth. It could lead to better teaching methods that help children grow emotionally and socially. Here are my research objectives. To explore how storytelling can improve positive behavior in children, to understand if storytelling helps children learn skills like sharing, kindness, and cooperation, to examine whether storytelling can help children manage their emotions and follow rules, and to find out if storytelling can be used effectively by teachers to encourage good behavior, to provide recommendation for using storytelling in early childhood education. And then these are the research questions. How can storytelling improve positive behavior in children? And the next one, does storytelling help children develop skills like sharing, kindness, and cooperation? And the third, in what ways can storytelling help children manage their emotions and follow rules? Other one, how can teachers effectively use storytelling to encourage good behavior in children? And the last, what are the best practice for using storytelling in early childhood education?
What do you mean by best practices? Again, go to that part. What do you mean by best practices? What are the best practices for using? What are the best practices that can be improved? What are the best practices that can be improved using storytelling?
Okay, ma'am, I will edit that.
Childhood education, right?
Okay, next here are the how I find the methods to this one cross context. Classroom, from the classroom observation, and then I found many children struggle with sharing, cooperating, and managing emotion during activities. And I talked with some of my colleagues, and we are having one Arabic teacher also coming to our class. So the teachers interviews. Teachers highlighted a need of effective strategies to improve children's social skills and emotional control, and some from parent feedback also. Parents shared concerns about their children's behaviors at home, especially in handling frustration and following rules. And we have behavior records also. Then records also showed frequent instance of emotional outbursts and difficult following classroom rules. Sorry. And the peer interaction, and now this is also from observing children play reveal challenges in teamwork and sharing in group settings. And here is my intervention plan. Then first intervention is storytelling. Activity will be reading a story with positive moral lesson. First step I'm going to do, select an appropriate story with a positive moral. I will use the resources, storybooks, audio or visual aids, and printable story visuals. And the second step will be read or tell the story to the children. And these resources teaches storytelling skills, story props. And the third, discuss the moral lesson learned in the story. And this is resources will be discussion props and visual aids. And the second one intervention is role playing. Here, acting out positive behaviors. Then first step, introduce a scenario, example like what are the stories sharing or helping include. Then after that, resources will be props for role play and sports for activity. This second step, guide children through acting out the scenario. And this is resources, teachers guidance and peer support. And the third, reflect on the role play and provide feedback. Then giving to other teachers like feedback forms and reward systems also for the children. And this next one, group discussion, talking about behavior and emotions. And the first step I'm going to do, ask the children what they learn from the story or activity. And these resources will be discussion questions, whiteboard or flip chart. And the second step, encourage children to share thoughts and feelings. And this is resources will be group seating, discussion props. And then last one, behavior reinforcement. Then here, praise and rewarding positive behavior. Then first step will be praise children for demonstrating positive behavior, like example sharing. And the resources, reward stickers, certificates, or positive reinforcement chart. And the second step, provide small rewards consisting for positive behavior. Then reward system stickers, class behavior charts, like that. And here my time frame, ma'am. Identification of the problem, I took January 2nd week, and the literature review 2nd week to 3rd week in January, and writing the research objectives and research questions January 3rd week to 4th, and preparing research proposal January 4th week. Presenting the proposal and getting approval is going on, ma'am. Actually, it was prepared last. And then implementation of the research, I will take February 2nd to March 2nd. And the writing the research report, I will take March 1st week to 2nd week, and review and submission the March 2nd week to 3rd week. And here ethical consideration, and here are obtain permission from parents and guardians before children participate in the study, to keep all participant information private and secure, protect all participants from any form of harm, whether physical or emotional, ensure treat all participants equally and with dignity throughout the research, get approval from the ethics committee before starting the study to ensure everything is done correctly. And here is my research limitation. A small sample size may not.
What is the sample size, Buddha? What's the sample size? How
7
many?
students, ma'am. 7 students. Yeah. Limited time for observing behavior changes, and other factors, family environment could affect behavior. Result may not apply to all classes or age group. Here are the references, some of. And one I add here from some child behavior observation one chart. That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
So then again, go to activities that you have shown me.
This
Okay,
is my.
right. Okay, right. Then how do you find time to do all these activities?
Actually, ma'am, we have circle time in our timetable, and we have one assistant teacher also. So I will divide my class to 2, and that 7 children I will do the circle time. That time I will do the story, ma'am.
Okay. Right.
Then I will do my research that time.
Okay. Right.
Okay.
Who would like to do next? We can give only one person.
Shall I do it?
Okay, Buddha. Right.
Okay.
And others can do tomorrow.
Can you see the minute?
Okay. UG MP Vijay Singha. Okay, I want to know your number. FNR
210. visualize this. Okay, next. Can you read me? 210716. Okay, madam.
Improving
Speaking
speaking fluency in speaking English. Improving fluency in speaking English of grade 6 students. Okay, right. It's better if you can have this slides. Okay, slideshow mode. Right, good. Go on.
Introduction.
Okay.
As most of the people don't use English language in their day-to-day life, young students face trouble of speaking English. Context, demanding of using English language among young children such as grade 6 upwards. Focus, addressing the gap in developing English language skills through practice. Goal, investigate how to do the selected students develop their speaking skill. Background of the study, as most of the students don't have a chance to speak in English as their day-to-day use outside the language learning unit. Present challenge, most of the grade 6 students face challenge with using English language. Focus, developing spoken English skill in the real world communication of the grade 6 students. Solutions, using guided activities and develop spoken English skill in day-to-day life. Research problems. In a context where English isn't widely spoken in day-to-day life, students often lack of fluency. They need to speak confidently in English. Problem statement. Despite language instruction, students continue to face challenges in speaking skill. Research questions. How does language teaching impact students' spoken skill? Significance of the study. This study is significant because it aims to improve a solution for students who are learning in grade 6 class. It is important as student spoken skill increasing their confidence in real life communication. Benefit, teachers will gain insight into effective strategies for developing speaking skill. Students will benefit from more engaging and practical language activities. Was used to confirm the identified problems. Pre-intervention speaking assessment, structured speaking activities, oral presentations, role plays, surveys and interviews, collect information of students' attitudes and confidence relevant to spoken English. Teachers' observation, identify spoken English difficulties in day-to-day activities. Academic context, theoretical foundations, guided communication, second language acquisition theories suggest that language fluency built through meaningful interaction. Supportive research, Communicational English by Bharati Nagasundaram 2015, Practical English Grammar, Thomas and Martin 2010. To face this challenge, we will be able to use qualitative action research approach designed to help peers realize a specific need for grade 6 students. Approach, qualitative action research to investigate the impact of spoken English skill. Pre-intervention, basic speaking text. Intervention, spoken English activities. Post-intervention, post-intervention, speaking English assessment. How to collect data, speaking text surveys, reflective journals, and teacher notes. Time frame. First and second week, pre-intervention assessment by spoken test, surveys, and interviews. Third and fourth week, first intervention implement with initial speaking activities, role plays, discussion, problem solving. Fifth week, reflection and analyze students' development of language skills and gather feedback to next intervention level.
Puta, can you show me your objectives? I couldn't see them. Objectives?
Has a meaning, but
Okay, continue. Anyway, that is the most important part of your research, right? Objectives, because all the activities should be designed on the objectives in order to achieve the objectives. So it's very, very important. Mhm.
yes, ma'am. Ethical consideration. Informed consent. Ensure that the students and parents have an understanding about the student's nature. Confidently details to protect the students' identities, not using the real name of the students, not capturing the students' photographs. Research journals. This will give both students and teachers value view of the learner and improve their speaking skill fluency. Purpose reflect the effectiveness of the task. Students share their experiences, progress, and challenge. Teacher assess the success of each interactions and correct. We hope to provide student tools they need to speak confidently in English. Action.
Right. So then, did you observe the rest of the presentation? Some of the presentations were there. So now we have to have the time frame in a Gantt chart. You might have seen in a Gantt chart that they have put them into months and then weeks, and they have been colored. Then in your presentation, I didn't see your objectives. So what's the sample size? How many students are there?
Yeah, I hope to take four students, madam.
Okay, so that is to improve their fluency.
Yes, madam.
And the thing is that it seems that your activities, that intervention plan is not very clear. So you have to write intervention, activity, sub-activity. So like that, they should be improved. That means they should be clear for everybody. So if anybody sees that during these 3 months, these activities you are going to do with them, then you are going to have a pre-test and then get there. Then that is the close context. So how do you find whether their fluency is not good? So you can have observation, you can have tests, you can have marks for that. So then can you prepare by now? If this is recorded, you can go through some of the good presentations and can you prepare one? So I'll give you another chance to do.
Okay, madam.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you. So we are meeting tomorrow also, and next week we have three days, so you can do during Monday, right? Okay. Right. So thank you for joining. So rest of the students, those who could not do today, you can do your presentations tomorrow. Okay. Right. Good night for everybody.